Tonight, we're using Razor Tube's build, well, our duo build, and here's my thought. I'm thinking I can add different sections, turn them into blueprints, and then have our construction robots fill out the rest. So, like, as I solve things, I'll make them into blueprints, and then we can feed it out. Let me get in one of these cars, and we'll head over there. Because we have a bunch of expansion we have to do down here still. And I think if I solve some of those now and then blueprint it, like next time we play, we'll be like ready to jump in. Also, excuse me, we can jump into our build that we did, I think almost a year ago. We could try to clean up some of my terrible layouts. Right now we're currently making low density material. What's up, Cake? What's up, baby? Late night stream? Yeah, I meant to do it earlier, but got a little distracted. I think if I make, here we go, make some of those, and then we'll make some of these, and probably some of those. Oh, I need batteries for those. Okay, let's go back and get those. What's up, baby? Yeah, and then we gotta squeeze in, some Rust stuff too, because I think they're thinking about dropping the bigger maps, and then also Star Citizen. Just gotta make sure we get all of our stuff knocked out. It was a coin toss-up, but since RazorTube and I were so hot to trot on this, it's kind of ruined everything else. I was like, this is all I've been thinking about. This is what I dreamt about. Can't stop, won't stop. It says works for me. It says been doom scrolling at work for 2 hours now. Nice. Doom scrolling is real, right? Like I remember when I heard that term at first, I was like, okay, yeah, right. And that's when I used to charge my phone in the other room, and now I don't. And boy, is that a mistake. Design Mike Evans says, I've been ecstatic all day. Nice. Excellent. Excellent. Jade, the leader. Do we make a steel furnace as well? Oh, no, we need the stone brick. Okay. What does this do? Consumes burnable fuel. Nah, we need something electric straight up. Okay, that buys us a little bit more room here. I think I have to get rid of some of this freaking concrete. We're kind of loaded. Loaded. So yeah, once we kind of solve some of these different spots out here, I definitely want to blueprint that up, and then also feel out the way it works, the construction robots. I think I had a pretty good grasp on it before we took the hiatus. 60, 129, 100, 161, okay. This is the beginning of Factorio. Good luck, my friend. Thank you. Well, we got a couple different builds going. This is actually the duo build, and I saved it off. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We might go and try to fix some of our stuff once we feel like we've gotten a pretty good leg up here. So this is our copper mine up here. I'd like to, you know, stamp it and then bring it up, or just mainline it down. You know, stuff. And make sure we're not on the tracks, as we might get a run over. Nice. Okay, we have the combiners. Okay, steel plate. There we go. Caravex enrichment process. There we go. Space platform thruster. Ooh. White science is going to be rough, guys. I think I remember. Ice. So, technically, we could just send it down. Okay, our platform has a use. Perfectus. You know what I did forget? That we probably need turrets down here, don't we? I should park the tank down here. Why didn't I bring a car? What the heck am I thinking? Alright, mining facility, go. I guess we'll just put that there for now. Put another one here, and we'll have like a three-way. We'll have it kind of cover all those different spots. I don't know if I have enough ammo, to be honest with you. Man, this game's cool. I can't believe it's on the Switch too now, like with the space race stuff, or Space Age. I think we just make it to straight plates, if I'm not mistaken. That's gonna cost a lot of power. These crank out... Dang, dude, 90? We're not that rich. We're rich, but not that rich. Oh, we're still making the rest of the stuff. Okay. Do I have enough to make some platform pieces? I guess I do. Very good. You know, we could just drag the power down for now. We might end up doing that. Just to get things cranking. There we go. And another. And there we go. Really? We don't have any more for that? What? Yeah, steel's a thing, right? We should have this, have it come off to the side and have it process more stuff. Okay, do we have any more poles? Yes, we do. Great, perfect. Perfect. I don't think I have any more walls left. I don't. That's fine. We'll just get this thing going. I think what I did was I stuck electricity on both sides, I believe. I think that's pretty much what did it. Oh, apparently I didn't have the pole far enough. Whoops. I guess let's just feed it all the way up, right? We'll leave the pit open. And then we'll have the furnaces and stuff cooking right here, I guess, right? Oops, rotate. We need blue arms, don't we? Probably. My inventory's full. Why is my placement for these things so bad? Every time. There we go. Do we have another furnace cooking here? There we go, 4. Yes, very good. You know what, I should bring like a vehicle down here. And we should kind of do like a, we should do a couple things. We should bring some extra stuff down here. A vehicle, but also some walls. because I think our best bet is to punch through and then maybe drag it up. And I can't think of a better way to do that than with a tank. Fortunately, I missed the rest of the Star Citizen stream the other night. He says the TV is bugging bad. He says, how many more times did Odin catch fire? It requires saving. I think like at least 2 more times. Then RazorTube said he had limited time and he wanted to play Factorio, and I was like, say no more. And we got down. It's good stuff. I love it. Yeah, I think our best bet is to go straight down and then like over, probably. Kind of getting that feel from that. You know what? We might as well, while we're here. This already makes so much track anyways. And to be honest, a lot of the factory's gonna take up a lot of space into these outer extents anyways at some point, so if anything, we're just sketching out how cool we are. I'm gonna say probably from here. A lot of our main stuff needs copper now, because I think our main area is starting to deplete. Just in time that we're hitting that new planet. Or we will be at some point. Volcanoes will help us bridge the gap for some of the resources we're missing, and we'll be able to bring it back home in large quantities. That's pretty close. We might end up bringing it down the middle. Just tap it all out. There we go. That's pretty good. Long conveyor belts, dude. Straight from Satisfactory. What's up? Spaghetti. And I think we do have to be careful. We're going to start running into tougher situations for sure. Let me grab some walls and more conveyors. Yeah, like this needs to be fed a constant stream of copper as well. I'm trying to think of a system we could use to buffer more of that too. That would kind of help us. If I do it in these big modules, we'll be all set. Oh shoot, I'm not doing science. What am I doing with my life here? Utility science. Here, on my list of things during the stream, white science, or space science, I think it's called space science. So actually, if we craft some more of those, ooh, distribution, more flexible ways to distribute electricity. Brother, I love it. Rocketry, personal rocket launcher for harassing enemies with rockets. I freaking love it. There we go. That's this one. These two are going to be priority pretty soon. And, oh, you know what? Let's get our... we have space, science, and then we have... reactor. And perfect. Don't you think that's ideal for what we're trying to do here? Space science, reactor, and platform production. Right? I think those are solid goals. Okay, I need to get some more conveyor belts because I burned everything. Perfect. think we're done crafting stuff. Okay, that's cool. All right, you know what? Let me load up my tank. I don't know why I'm not doing that. So here's the other thing too. A lot of the spaghetti that sits in the middle here, a lot of this junk, we're gonna have to clear out and probably put some more processing. My guess is we can streamline, because look at, like, all this is like metal processing, and this is kind of out of date. It's using coal. We're not really doing that anymore. We can clear all that out. We can probably improve our science distribution. But I think some bigger time, like maybe like hub processing. Like this is a main bus right here, right? What do we think, chat? It's not that we're moving a lot of materials. I mean, we could do some storage, but I think that might be, you know what I mean? Another thing we can do. Quality stacking. Oh, and low density. That's pretty good. That feels good. Okay, we could definitely use more of this. We can definitely use... Okay, we got more of that going on. Perfect. It's not too familiar with the game. It says, but in general, rule of thumb is you can never have too much storage. True. The problem with storage in this game, you know what though? You're right, because if we do have a bank of storage, it should be in a semi-central location so we can kind of pipe it. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Yeah, because we're essentially going to have all of this space. We process some materials here that come off the train, but honestly we should probably transition the train raw materials into plates, because this is very inefficient. But here's the thing, this is using coal. If we switch this to the energy version of that, right, like our electric furnace, it's going to chew up power, so we definitely need the nuclear power plant up and running. Another reason to go space science. So our platform up here, we need to send up some more units, because I think we'll need carbine. Actually, we'll need at least three more processors and probably a little bit more space. Currently this guy is only processing metal, and I think we're already full. Yes, we are. Send it back home, boys. Dude, I had some caffeine and I got the bubble guts. I can feel it. You know what I mean? You can just feel it brewing. You having like a main vein of like 5 or 6 storage chests deep wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It would kind of help us like move and sort too. Like I like a lot of the stuff we got going on down here. We can tighten this up a bit, but like these are nice modules we can use. Like we have the coils, right? These are nice. Coils go into green processors, right? Nice. These go into red processors. Although we could probably feed our plastic a bit better, but for the most part it's working. And then these greens also distribute to make motors. Green electronics are the backbone of everything. I think you'll find that when we hit Volcanus, it's going to be kind of like the main hub for electronics. Kind of like our Taiwan, sir. You can see these reds help produce the blues. Sulfuric acid is used in the process. Also, since we have this heavy industrial processing, we also make our shells in the same fashion for the tanks. Yeah, this is slowed down considerably, so we're going to have to beef that up. There we go, let's stockpile some more engines. We don't want that to go back too much. The train is currently running raw materials back and forth, which is good. Everything's running off of that. We're making excess of this, upstairs. Or no, was it the... It was the yellow oil. So we had to convert it back to like petroleum gas. Give us more yield. It's weird, like the way petroleum's processed, it gets very complex. And it's cool. I like it. Alright, here's my tank right here, baby. Oh, these were our markers. Whoops. I gotta be very careful driving this. We have an active train here too. That can and will hurt us. Oh boy, she is not okay. Yep. Okay, good. Train will keep running. Thank goodness. We've been using all the trees we've been cutting down for this. Says, have we got cars in Rust Console Edition? I haven't played, yes we do. We have cars, helicopters, minis, heavies, attacks, modular vehicles, bikes, motorbikes, sidecar bikes. Says, oh man, I had to learn the hard way to space my coffee from my breakfast. The whole morning and afternoon I'd be gambling on my fart. Yeah, dude. Nothing sucks worse than gambling on farts. You're at work, you're like, am I going to poop in front of my coworkers today, or how's that gonna work? Okay, what we should do is, well, A, make a little bit of wall action down here. That should protect us for the most part for a little bit. Okay, let's connect this and at least get this going. It's gonna take a while to charge the line anyway. This is another community server I played on before Jade's was so bad. It says the thoroughbred horse and the horses were the same speed as sprinting to the server. Like, yeah, that's been the downside right now because of performance has been so doo-doo butter. It's been real hard to do much of anything. Yeah, agreed. It's been poop. It's been hot doo-doo butter. Okay, let's charge the line to doubles. There you go, and then dump it over. Now we're talking. Now we're talking, boys. Electric energy distribution, perfect. Ooh, space platform. Ooh, we need the white science, don't we? Flamethrowers are hot too. Man, there's so much good stuff. Worker robot increases the number of items that logistical and construction robots can carry at once. We might have to step that up later. These are big ones in the list, but we may have to put some other stuff in. Inserter capacity allows bulk inserters to move more items at once. Yeah, it's 250. We could use that now. Might as well slide it up. Okay, I have to be very careful I don't run things over that are very important. Says I can usually zoom across the farm or scrap and run efficiently. It says they need to fix the issue on console where if you fly above the base on a mini, you see exactly where someone's core is. Yeah, that's definitely a double 11 problem because the way it works on PC, it doesn't heal it back like that. My guess is they did it that way to somehow get performance, but they didn't realize what they sacrificed for it. That's my guess. They're like, oops. That's another reason why I brought the tank. I see, like, right about here-ish. You know what, let's just bring the main line down. Let's see what it feels like. Yeah, because I feel like our main should probably be here. Yeah, it's not so bad. Did we actually do, like, a test? Oh, we did. Go us. Look at how cool we are. Ha. This, like, feeds into the main of all of the factories. So it wouldn't be a bad idea to take that. It's been hard to run community servers the last like couple months because the performance has been so bad. A lot of people, it's hard to keep people like, you know what I mean, engaged because they're just like, they're dying to dump stuff and you can't even use horses. Which is very annoying. I get it, you know? I think it's gotten a little better. If I keep saying this in stages, if Razor likes what we've done and like taking care of a lot of the busy work and left some stuff that he wants to do, hopefully we'll take the save. But if not, I'll incorporate all the different blueprints and stuff and then we'll bring the fixes because I understand if he doesn't want me to progress past where he has it. Technically we forked the save. I'm cool with it though. Either way. This is a lot further than I thought. Oh, don't. That's a wrecking ball. Okay. That's so scary. Nice, look at that metal stacking up. Yeah. Says the server was definitely going great after, you know who is that with? It says super nice to see a high pop on lots of new bases. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you 100%. Especially if they were, not if, they were cheating. But yeah, I mean, anytime somebody's caught cheating and we get them off anybody's server is always good news. I'm glad you were peeping for their alternate too. That helps a lot. And another reason why I say leave the remnants is little secret. We actually can see a lot of the paper trail, and if they come back as alternates, we often can find them because they come back to their base. And it helps us zap the entire new set. Shh, don't tell. Keep that on the DL, boys. Yeah, I love it. They come back thinking like somehow we can't see like who they are and what they're doing. So yeah, come on back. Use your old base. Yeah, everything's fine. Yeah, take some loot out of there. Share it with your friends. We won't see. Yes, we will. Is it, that's your biggest gripe right now? Are you playing? I forgot to ask you yesterday. Are you playing on a connected like a wire, or are you doing wireless? Apparently, for this game on console, it's kind of doo-doo butter for like projectile stuff. They also have to do some more NAT stuff, like that's on their end. But I know it's particularly sensitive to wireless. It shouldn't be as sensitive to it, but it is, and it kind of has been for almost the entire time. Does Barely spell differently? It's like, come on, man, I know. Well, even if they don't spell it, like, even if it's completely different, like, we'll get them. I'm glad, because, like, I kind of had my hands in the other pot, so I'm glad you were looking out. It helped us get to them so much faster. And I love nothing more than to do the broadcast and be like, hey, these guys have been banned. These guys have been banned. Sometimes I replay them just so other people that maybe weren't playing before go, oh yeah, those pieces of shit are gone. Like, yeah, they've been dealt with. It hopefully sends a message to anybody thinking about cheating that says, yeah, don't do it, dummy. But we'll always have some idiots. That's kind of how it goes. Alright, let me restock the science. I think we're running low on stuff. Okay, let me do green. Hey, we're down like half. I'll put the green away. Put that back. And then we'll get some blue in there. And more blue down here. Just to keep our stacks going. I'm not going to clean up too much of this down here other than like maybe cutting holes. Because like I said, this is a fork and we're either going to take this save and use it in its entirety, or I'm going to take the modules that we fixed, put them into blueprints, and then add them when RazorTube and I play next. So either way, we'll have progression. Okay, let's do red next. Little trick, if you hold control, you dump it. Cool, okay. Unwires, unfortunately, my router is a very good one, but it's halfway across the house. Yeah, that can do it. 60-foot Ethernet cable. By running a 60-foot Ethernet cable, the latency is the tripping hazard for sure. Yeah, that's the trick, right? And you can terminate your own ends and stuff, but you kind of have to like weasel it around because you don't want, you don't want to trip on it. You don't want to like kink it or step on it too much because it does affect like the pairing twisting can be affected like if you keep stepping on it or pinching it in the door. What I did one time is I took, I took like these thumbtacks. I didn't pin it down, but I just like used the groove to kind of like place it in there, and I kind of wrapped it around like the molding and stuff, so it was like out of the way. It was kind of annoying to set up, but like once you kind of get it in there and give it a little bit of slack, it's good. Don't ever like pinch it down, but it seemed to work pretty well for quite a few years until we moved. Yeah, whenever you can, you gotta lay the cable. It's still, like, to this day, the most reliable, for sure. So what does this one do? Wire reach 18? Damn. Supply area 18 by 18. So, okay. That's way better. Holy shit. Alright, we're doing those from now on. Okay, I had to build some more of those. I know we're going to have to build some of these here, but we're just not going to mess with that yet. Who do you have, Bandhammer? So many people are inviting us. Thank you for service. Just be careful about going into parties of people you don't know. That's where a lot of people do their dirty work. Like I said, it's really dumb that Xbox hasn't clamped it. It's been like that for years. I don't know how I feel about the new lady being the head of Xbox, right? Mostly because she came from like the AI slop division. I don't think anybody's super excited about that. I hope it works out. You know what I mean? I'm rooting for the Xbox. Obviously. It's crazy our demand for like coal down here since a lot of the furnaces got moved and we're going electric. We just moved them. It's completely changed the dynamic on this side. Okay, I could probably get rid of that too. Okay, let's get that piping down. So at least we have some more copper coming in the main line. Opa. Okay, that should feed it for now. Let's bring that tank down. Remind me if I don't do it like every hour or something. Incremental saves are muy importantes. Says PlayStation's dynamic pricing, they're starting up since some of the most ridiculous ever. It says seen a company do. It says has to be illegal in some way. Yeah, this dynamic pricing stuff is I don't, you know, in other places too, but especially our games, it's like, come on, man, that's silly. If a game like Ark Raiders can do so well at $40, do you know what I mean? I think these AAA studios has copium to the max. It's like, how about we get rid of our, who's that one guy, Pete Parsons type people, you know? Do we really need them? I don't think they really added anything. They seem more like leeches. I think the term is penis leech. Yeah, nobody likes that. Made a tunnel by accident. Yeah. I hear the copper's just slowly creeping up. And I think what we should try to do up here is we should have a thing that halves it, and we do like a deep storage off the main line. I don't want to go too fast and hit any of our defenses. Maybe we just, oops, okay. Do it like right here, maybe? You know what, let me think about this for a second, because if we don't do this one right, it's going to be super annoying. Maybe we should do deep storage up over here. It's kind of close to our main stuff anyway. Yes. Yes. Oh, we should kind of keep us. Yeah, that feels pretty good. That's gonna be some heady storage. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Should be out of the way for now. It's flowing again. Oh crap, what else can we do here? Utility science leads to, oof, overgrowth, soil, epic quality. Ooh, that's right. Yeah, this is pretty hot. Rail support foundations. Okay, we should do utility science. That is what, 100 bucks? Oh, dude, that's nothing. We'll get that. Okay, segment. Okay, cool. We have plenty of that. We need to have at least 2 more crushers. And we need to sort out the rest and then send the rest down from space. Check. I just park this guy back here. The walls are for safety. Even though we'll blast right through him. It's for your safety. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Since we have even distribution, it should be about the same. In theory. Well, see if that's... Good. We've got copper running. It is nice to have these on tap. Put 200 in there, 200, a motor or 2, and then probably some engines. Some copper. Yeah, that feels pretty good. Okay. I'll be upset if we blow up. So we are bringing plastic down from upstairs. We do have to check plastic production, I think. I'll stop. Boop. Okay. Let's see. We have to make some more platform stuff. So what do we need for this? Low density and steel. So more copper. Done. Oh my goodness, we're moving so fast. Energy shield equipment. Personal roboport inserted into the armor allows construction robots to work from your inventory. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds freaking hot. Worker robot cargo size. Logistics system unlocks additional logistics chest and expands. I do think we need this one. That'll be a little bit later. The thruster stuff is for later. Okay, so we need to make sure we have the rest of that science going upstairs. We should probably save it. Good place to be. And then we'll save another one called 3. Cool, okay. Roboticus. Okay, get some more tonnage on there. How much more of that can we put? 82? That seems like a lot. What else do we need that we're up there with? I can't remember. Yeah, I think I got poop. Everybody, I'll be right back. Oh yeah, I got a hot drop of 2. I'll be right back. Oh, dude, I had to poop so bad. We're back. What's up? Whew. Feel like $1 million. Low density. We need it to make, need at least 2 more of these bad boys. Dang, we need a lot of steel, brother. Should we just make electric furnaces off here? I'm thinking yes. Ooh. Alright, what else do we have that's... Ooh, research speed? Hell yeah. Might as well. Throw it at it. Ooh, lasers. That's hot. Gotta keep ourselves busy. Also, worker robot speed wouldn't be bad. That's blue, red, and green. Okay, that's good for now. Throw a couple furnaces on top, I think. We're always missing steel. I think our steel production needs to go up. This is hot dropping. So as I was mopping the floor, I wonder why the stream went quiet. Yeah, I pooped. Hot. Huh? 83 blue science? Here, might as well. we go. Research has gone up considerably. Okay, good. We got what we need out of that. Perfect. Keep that science going. Just gonna use straight power to convert. Yes. Ah, shit. I need more steel. What am I doing? Damn. Steel is a problem. Yeah, at least I got to set up the infrastructure around it. Duce. I keep hitting that to build it, not... Oops. Do we have any? Oh, I guess we don't have any yellows. It's alright. Then it comes down from space. Okay, cool. It's all space metal, hell yeah. Alright, that's good. Do we have enough for these? There we go. One more of those, and then some more low density. Ah, perfect. Pretty sure we can send those up directly. So we have some platform pieces. That just put us to 1 ton. Less conveyors, maybe another one of these grinders. There we go. I think that's good. There you go. Deliver. There it goes. Yeah, let's see if I can remember how to do this. Yeah, I forgot how big those were. Alright, let me think about this for a second. Probably have to manually switch until we get more platform pieces, I guess. And then this is going to be a filtered type, most likely. Ice? Or carbon. Probably carbon. Oh yeah, we gotta use the longer arm stuff. Oops. Nope, nope, nope. It's not doing it right. We need to have the piece. Here we go. Okay, I think I got this. Okay, that piece goes here. Now we're talking. And we can feed this to the main. Yeah. Perfect. I love that we're sending out metal right now too. It's hot. So we really need to just double down on all this steel crap and copper wire. Lab research 4. Go ahead and see what we need for our research. Would be ideal just to make it up there, but we don't think we have any platform space, to be honest. Ooh. That's cool. Okay. We're really processing metal now. I'll let that accumulate and see what that does. I love the process. It's beautiful. It is cranking it. That is good. You see what's up on the platform again? Underground stuff, sorter. Okay, yeah, so we need more arms for sure. Okay, cool. We're doing okay. We're doing okay, guys. We're all right. Space. Hell yeah. what we really need? Copper wire. See, copper is like the root of everything. It says, I need metal fragments from Upkeep as soon as I get off of work too. It says 25k a day has proven to be not so fun. Are you you sporting the T's too? Probably. Yeah, 25k is a lot. That's a process. T's with the jackhammers, where is that? I'm still storing. I think we had to cut it beforehand and then put it off to that side. Dude, Tom guy says, taught me a lot about farming. He says, not gonna lie. He says, doubt I'm ever really gonna farm without them now. 2.2k stone node. Says 1.6k per node on pure ore to use insane. Yeah, like the boost on that, it is so good. And then if you use something like a jackhammer, backpack, and you've got like good transportation, which I'm sure I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. But like it's such a boon to absolutely everything that's harvesting. Yeah. Even like, cause like typically we get stream sniped before we have time to go like pure teas, unless we buy them from somebody. But like, even just grabbing, like the berries from the forest, even just like a standard tea is better than nothing. You know what I mean? If you have a surplus, then you start building them up. But yeah, it seems to be a pretty good risk for us to kind of just go basic tea, and then that way if it gets smoked, we're like still okay. Ice. How does one make ice? Stream servers are so weird, yeah. It's usually a young kids game. Although there's some adults that do it. It's pitiful either way you cut it. But yeah. We typically play on a server for like a day or two if we're lucky. But it's okay. It makes us like super efficient, I think. So we're like kind of ready for it. We've been doing it for so long. All the boys we play with are like, we're all super well versed on it. So like the way we play, we usually get like a freaking jackhammer, and then we usually just pick up berries automatically, and then by the time we come back to base, we have things like the wood tea and the ore tea to go run out and do stuff. Because unless you have a big bag, you know what I mean? Typically the ore tea is, you kind of want to just go basic for like anything else, like stone and stuff, because it's so much to maximize it. And then if you get smoked with like a basic tea, you don't feel like a complete piece of shit. At least for us, because we're always getting like our wig split. It do be like that though. Okay, good. This looks like this kicked into high gear down here. This is a bit slower, but that's okay. We don't need that to be fast. I am interested to see how the rest of that works upstairs. We are ripping through copper now, aren't we? Just ripping it. Put it in there. Copper, seems like we ripped through that quite a bit. Yeah, and that's why, like, even when we sign out or like we got the bunkers sealed, I usually take any kind of crafted teas and put them on the interior. It's an interesting balance because we have to move so quickly, like what we prioritize. There's also some guy yapping on Discord about possibly raising the stack limit. Something you consider, or says, would that play into to prevent people from doing too much sulfur? See, the thing is, it's like, it is part of the balance. And if we go too high with it, the other problem is bases become super big. So like we have a way to like move more stacks, and that's like the industrial system, so there's, like, at least there's a gameplay loop on that. But like if we increase that, then that also means defense and raids become more difficult, which maybe is a good thing. I'm not opposed to it. But you're right, it's in direct proportion to like other balanced gameplay. That makes an interesting situation. Dang, dude, we are freaking poor. Let me see, how do we make science? Is it made in that other like facility? I don't know. Oh, it can only be done upstairs. Okay. That's right. I mean, it's not called space science for nothing. That makes total sense. So possibly like a 1.5 stack to match the 1.5 gather. Yeah, because actually maybe making the bases a bit tougher may be a better thing, you know, because at least we stopped the sulfur quarries. So yeah, maybe. And I don't think I have sulfur scaled the same way I have the other stuff scaled for that very reason. Because again, we have T's, you know what I mean? And I don't know if we can go like odd numbers for that. I can't remember. Oh, I guess we just dumped all the ice. Whoops. Whoopsie doodles. I think if we have overflow, we just dump it in here. Says, I must say I've never seen this game before, but I like the design. It says, where do I play it? It is on Steam, and also the original Switch has this game, but it doesn't have Space Age, but the Switch 2 does have this game plus Space Age. Either way, Factorio's a ton of fun. Space Age is obviously the space platform stuff, but like multiple planets and whatnot. It's super fun. Even if you don't think you'd be into this type of game, it's a blast. And it's excuse me, co-op. So if you even have a friend that's like Razor said he wasn't into these type of games and he's playing it like a fiend. And I was like, yeah, 'cause it's good. Okay, so we will have to keep that upstairs. Okay, so if we look at our space science, literally our space science. There we go. We're gonna have to cook up there too. Dang. We're gonna have to go ice, iron plate, and carbon. So we really need to start beefing up our platforms, basically, because we need more space. We do have a lot of the materials, I think, upstairs. We check on the, we call it the G-spot. G-spot. We have the extra storage here. Where is it? There it is. Cargo bay. We do have a furnace up here so we can cook. We have some more solar panels. Oh, thanks, Pure. Thanks for the super chat, man. Appreciate that, sir. Thanks, man. So yeah, it's definitely lower, but that's good. It says server health, convenience. It's turned down the sulfur just a tiny bit more, and then like a 2-stack. Just spitballing. It says it's really not even a problem. Yeah, it would have to be something like that. Oops, did I make a request? Request for construction? Okay, we'll take away the auto request, I guess. Ice, and then probably that. We get like a big stockpile, which we kind of are getting at the moment. Just thanks, bro. No, man, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. So just can you fill me in on what you're trying to do and sort of generalize the game, if that's cool? Yeah. So currently, we have steel production here. We have raw materials. We're cooking it in electric furnaces. That's important because we're fast running out of. The old way of doing this was charcoal, or coal, excuse me. This is our original coal mine. As you can see, it's very skimpy. Our original burning or smelting took all of this coal. It's not very efficient. We're burning coal. We're also using coal to fuel our boilers, our steam engines that are doing our turbines down here. So we're kind of saving, like by us upgrading to more power, we're kind of saving using more of this coal. So this, the coal is currently being used, or should primarily be used for our steam power, which we are in high production. It was also used for smelting. We're slowly taking that offline. I think we're almost there. It's our backup. So that's why it's important that we're converting over to electric. Eventually, we are tipping into the tech tree in this game. Is so sick. We do have nuclear power. I don't think we're quite ready for that yet. But it is going to be a big jump for our electricity. Then we can save the coal even further, because here's the other thing too on the map. We have coal pockets, but they're kind of out towards the nests, right? Yeah, see, they're already starting to come in on us. We have one big field tapped out here that's 2.8 million. That'll hold us for a very long time. We also have it defended. Because of that, we'll be able to kind of survive for a long time in that way. So we're trying to like take off our dependency of coal, more or less. Or most of our dependency of coal. And since that's the case, and we're now smelting a lot of this raw metal, and just making plates before we ship it, a lot of this old school stuff we're going to take out here. And these coal lines we can kind of dig up. This is like old wiring, old like piping. Super inefficient. But right now we're kind of still using the raw metal here. Oh my gosh, this little area here is driving me nuts. So like our train is currently going to our metal field down here and doing large shipments of metal and sending it up. But it's raw. Typically we convert things into plates. So typically I would like to have this train have metal plates as opposed to just the raw metal. But this is like our main filter that goes into our factory. And essentially we try to create like a bus over here of a lot of our main supplies that we're kind of using. And then we try to tap this as our factory needs it in different locations. But in order to have this metal kind of come down here, we had to feed the raw metal into these like units up here and then process these into plates. It's also important to keep our metal production up. It keeps our bullets going, because when the nests and the hives come after us, we definitely need the bullets. We're definitely going to head into that realm. The more we expand, the more pollution happens for us. You can see it in red, and it actually irritates these nests, and then they start to come at the base, and that's a problem. We're kind of on that cusp. I think when we make nuclear power, it's really going to piss them off, which is cool. It's part of the game. So currently, for us to kind of move forward in a lot of the space science that we're looking for in the tech tree, we have to use this type of science that apparently is only made in space. So we're trying to set up more space platform materials to add to this. Right now this is super like, there's no space. We don't have any room to do any processing. That's why I'm currently making more platform surfaces here and trying to send them up to that. Each time we send something up into space, it costs crazy amounts of materials, just like real life. So every time, yeah, I'll show you my silo here. Well, actually, we're going to send a shipment up here in a minute. Oh shoot, let me start my science up. I'm missing something here. Might as well do power armor. And then, what is this one? Oh, purple. Nuclear fuel reprocessing. That's hot. We'll catch that later. Probably that one. There we go. But right here's our main silo. I can turn off all the extra indicators here. But like, we load this up with like the tonnage that we need. Right now we got it maxed out. And we'll send this up into space. And these little platforms here, these help us add to the foundations that are upstairs here. So it'll give us more surface area to work with. So what's the main goal of the game? To make the factory bigger. Build a civilization on a planet? Yes. That's populated by aliens. It says there are nests and spawns. Until they raid your base, they do. There's waves. And they mutate and they get much headier as you start to like pollute more. So far, we've been able to keep them back by a couple small upgrades and like tanks that we made, because RazorTube and I played this together. We still are, but he's disposed this week. Okay, so watch, we'll send one up. So this cargo here is 1 ton. We got some more arms, so definitely more foundations. Here we go. we go check the platform, we'll see it arrive, and then our main section will like pick it up. Bing, bing. So now we can add more surface area, and we desperately need that. Nice, Pure, thanks for the super chat, man. I appreciate the $10 holler. It says, cool game, man. It says, love how you're so chill and educated on this. It says, have a lovely night. It says, and I hope to stop by again in the future. Yeah, dude, I appreciate the support, the kind words, and then, yeah, let us know. Your first factory. Appreciate it, sir. This game's sick, dude. Just make sure you got most of your stuff done for the day, because when you start playing it, it's over, brother. It's over. I kind of want to get this going here. But it's going to take at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's try it. There's one. Dang it, we're already out. Dang, so it's all the tiny squares. I forgot. Man, that's expensive, huh? Looks like we're gonna have to do a whole shipment of just foundations just to survive. Dang it. I missed one spot. I could have gotten it. Shoot. I think I'm making one down here somewhere. I got space science has to be up there. That's an easy thing to forget. I think I have a manual feed down here. Yes, I do. Girders and wires. Can make more wires over here. I forgot to do that process. Whoopsie doodles. Cool. We already have one set up. Even better. I think this next one should just either be, it'll be all platforms, and then if we have anything extra, we just kind of send up some other like supplies that we need. So probably more cranes and tunnels and stuff. I'm gonna say, do we send up energy savers? Probably. Power is gonna be an issue for sure. For sure, it will be an issue. Oh, you know what? Let me check the platform and send out more metal if we haven't done so. Make sure this is connected while we're chilling. This helps replenish everything while we're chilling up here. Is this backed up? That is backed up. Okay, that should be good. We got more drop down here. Let's get some more steel. Very good. And so since we kind of put things together now, we have a better idea of like maybe where some of these factory pieces should probably be. Maybe sort of kind of. Oh my goodness, we have so much of that. So we need to have a section up there that does processing for metal and then processing for carbon, which I think it already does, and then whatever the ice is going to be for us up there. Whatever that looks like. Ooh, we're out of fuel, hey? Let's go up there. So it's always funny when I leave my YT running on one of your videos. It's playing on my TV. This is when I come home. Oh, nice. Appreciate that, sir. Views are good. Then we gotta do some Star Citizen, pretty much. I do want to touch base on some Ark Raiders, but I know we gotta hightail it on our Star Citizen stuff. We're in deep. We got something backed up here. What's going on? Output full, heavy. Heavy processing is a problem currently. Okay, so do we have another plant that could maybe take the load off? Let's see. Let's take a look at what we have available. Nope, this has to be chemical plant. Interesting. So we could take this, and the extra dirty, and then put it up here. Actually, yeah, it'll feed off of this. Says you're doing a small rust bit later, or misheard. Yeah, we gotta squeeze some rust in for sure. Not sure how that's gonna be, but I know we gotta knock out that Star Citizen thing. That might be priority until we get it like close or done. I'm gonna try to do it because I can kind of off and on play a little bit like during the day, so I might try to get some of it cooking. But I know we want to knock that out because that crafting unit's gonna be so sick. Okay, so I think we just kind of keep it here and then take that main pipeline and just snake it up. I think that's gonna be how that works for us. Question is, do we have enough pipe for that? Oops, didn't make that close enough. Okay, so we take the excess heavy fuel and then put it back into. So this is its own self-sustaining unit. So we use this to come back here and make more of that. Okay, so essentially everything stopped out here, all petroleum, because this backed up. So we need to make sure that we have this tapped correctly. And all this is kind of complicating things a bit for us. I think we're going to have to bring it up and over. Alright, let's bring the water in. So for sure, he says, my TV is not tweaking. Johnny says, I'll be moving the screen over to that. It says, good night, chat. It says, I'll be watching from the depths of no communication. Alright, man, appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night, and we'll see you on the flip side. My inventory is full, isn't it? Oh, I dropped some giblets. Hell yeah. Okay, good. We have long pipes now. That's what it changed, huh? Hopefully I'll cross the streams on this one. Ooh, now we're talking. This goes back up and feeds this. Hell yeah. Yeah, see how this just freed everything else up? I didn't realize how much this cranked out for advanced oil processing. Really noted. Glad we checked. See, plastic is flowing. I gotta save that. That's worth a save. You should be kind of stockpiling a bit. There goes 40, back to 30. Okay, so it's going in bursts. We're using plastic. Okay, 5 more foundations. Is there anything else we got in the green, blue? Yeah, might as well do this. 30 bucks. Boop. Green, blue, red. RGB. Space science. So when we do get to space science, then we can launch it back down to the surface. Dump it into labs. Oh yeah, do more of that. It's kind of nice having those. It's something I never utilized the first time through. Was dropping more of the metal on the space platform. I think that's very helpful. Okay, we're going to take these extra pieces and parts and put them in the box down here to make more foundations. Probably should move this blue thing upstairs, but that's fine. It's fine. Yeah, volcanoes will get us. The modern age. Should move this upstairs. Okay, these are starting to get tapped. Yep, we're losing those. Slowly, but surely. We would probably just put it up here somewhere for now. Metal beams. Hell yeah, we got 33. I think they upped that a little bit. That's kind of hot. Those are blue chips looking pretty good. And low density. Yeah, we get this a little bit more automated up here. How's our science? Ooh, it's bleeding off. It's bleeding off. It's nice having the science automated. I'm not gonna lie. Space platform thruster. That is 500. Yeah, we really just need the space science. Space. That's what's going to give us the oxidizer, the actual thrusters, all that stuff. It's going to be a big deal. Dang, dude, we got 40 in there? Freaking rich. Yeah, a lot of our internal systems here that feed red also go through this. So we're going to have to really break those down. Interesting. Dude, everything uses steel beams. Everything. I love this game, I can't stop. Is there anything else we can learn with blue, red, green? We got some military. Weapon shooting speed, physical projectile damage. Yeah, I think we're kind of just mixed in with military science, huh? Probably damage. For now. Pick up some more reds. The other thing too is all our raw materials. We need to start doing the quality thing and then have a separating unit that comes on top. It's going to help us tremendously. Why is this one already like petered out? Do we need more freaking kappa? Probably. I shall. Okay. I think we could do a couple Farnacios. Like so. Making all our copper now, buh. It's crazy how much we use just on coils and shit. Space build. Actually, we'll just do a regular save. Then we'll do 45 once we get up there. Good, we've upped production. Looking pretty good. That's one crazy line right there. Yep. The more we can kind of tap these copper places and like stay on top of it. That's why we have these reserves too. I think that's going to help a lot when things kind of go dry. It'll buy us some time. Yeah, we're very copper hungry right now. Very. Perfect. Very good. Okay, still have a lot of metal. Then maybe we can do the furnace? Then we take the plates and put them back. Metal, yes. And this is metal sheets. This could be space science. Beautiful. Oops, that's everything. Shit. Damn it. See if I can fix this and put it back. Yeah, freaking whoops. Ah, damn, everything's low power. Very good. Steel beams. What's that next one for the nuclear shit? 500, huh? Dude, that's a lot. Like how the excess just comes right down here, we just crank it. We need to send up the power efficiency stuff. Those furnaces are killing us up there. Physical damage. Physical damage. Do we have enough arms up there? Let me see. Yeah, we gotta scooch all that shit down, don't we? There we go. Stuff with metal pretty quickly. Do it. Yes. What's up, Miss Road? See, everything just went low power. Oh yeah, Razor's indisposed. I think we probably have enough metal, do we? Yeah, I think we do. Skibidi toilet. Yes. Space platform, gentlemen. Should probably check on the train. Nice. Did that charge up? We gotta check the train. Yes. Volcanus. Excellent. There you go. Better. Oh yeah, Squirtle. Alright, platform's getting quite large. The best. Mitas. Yeah. Oh yeah. That. He opened the door. Hell yeah. We're doing that space science. Space science. Let's go. We should at least try to get this power plant going too. We can crank it. Very good. Hell yeah. Get the science. Did I build a nuclear reactor yet? I don't think I did. We should do that. Concrete, copper plate. remember exactly what the config was for this. Yeah, we should have this processing. Uranium processing. Uranium. Very good. stinky. Very good. Halfway through that science. Hell yeah. How come no marathon streams? He says the game's so sick and misunderstood. Yeah, I gave it a shot. I know it'll find an audience. I think it has, but I don't think that game's for me. Dare I say, I think it has a lot more goodwill that it probably deserves because it's the studio Bungie, but it's not the same people that made the game that we all used to love. Halo or Destiny, all the talent that made all those games is gone. And Pete Parsons messed it up pretty good, I think. He's no longer there either. Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time before it sinks. That's just my personal opinion. Time to death is too fast. There's not enough POIs or interaction in between things. So when you have interactions with people, it's way too fast. It doesn't feel like a Bungie game. That's my opinion, though. I know once the nostalgia wears off, I think a lot of people will see what I'm talking about. I had to reopen my phone and say Bungie. Yep. He really did. Like, it feels so disconnected, disjointed, and feels like they tried to slop it together before Sony pulled the plug on them. I think it's going to hurt them overall. If they've taken their focus off of Destiny to put that out, yikes. Because they already have. They pushed back their update. They're not in a good place. I fear for the studio, but then again, if it's not the talent that made the stuff we all used to know and love, then maybe it's just business equalizing itself. Yeah, it was, glad the service line was out there. It saved a lot of people $40. I was excited for a contender in that space, though. I still am for anybody else that wants to put it in there, but I don't know. I just don't think it was it. I think when the nostalgia wears off, because you know, like people keep buying Call of Duty, and Call of Duty is like really shit. It's that they're just doing it based off the name. I think that's happening a lot. I think if it were any other studio, we would have said see ya a long time ago. I know that's not what people want to hear, but I think that's the truth. It's his friend who I game share with. Got it. It says almost terminated our contact to his own financial decision. It is crazy. Guy Growth was just trying to throw in and we just freaking trashed him. Sorry, brother. Yeah, we'll see how this, has it been out for a week now? Not even. What are the Steam numbers now? Just take a look. Would you agree with me that the I was hoping there was some depth to it. Would you agree with me that the time to kill is too much? Too fast? I think it'll stay for a little bit because it has the Bungie name. But I think beyond that, it's going to be pretty hard. I know that's not what people want to hear, but I think that's facts. Yeah, okay. So like right now, all-time peak is 88. Last 24 hours, 66, and current players on now is 32,000. This game hasn't even been out for a week. That's not good. Still strong. And I hate to say it, cause like, you know, the Bungie stuff is like a big deal. But TTK will feel awful. Yeah, I gave it a shot. It was too, I don't know, it just didn't feel like there was enough time to react to anything. It turned into like a Call of Duty scenario where you're like, you got a twitch reflex, and it's like, action shooter should feel a little bit, like it should be stingy, but yeah, I just thought it was too, it's too niche for the masses to enjoy. Even if they leaned more Tarkov-y, I think it would have been better for them. Even though that's considered niche. I don't know. Here's the other thing that really gets me too is they were gonna release that game like 4 months ago, as is, pretty close to what the alpha was, and the only reason they decided to hold it is because Ark Raiders did so well. That tells me that they don't really, you know, they were just gonna release it as is. I was like, that's not a good sign. And then I implore you. Well, Pete Parsons, that's a whole other thing. That guy's a piece of shit. Thankfully, he's no longer with the studio. But I go look at the current Bungie employee staff group photo and then compare it to the old school one. And I'll ask you, what is different? And I hate to say that, again, because I was excited for that title, but I just feel like it's a pretty big miss. And like, I just didn't enjoy it. You know what I mean? I was an hour and a half in. I was 30 minutes in. I was like, oof. But I gave it a chance. I made an hour and a half, and I couldn't stand playing it any longer. And I can't tell you I've done that for very many games. Like I said, I think when the nostalgia wears off, I think a lot of people will come to the same conclusion I have. Sadly, I think that's going to be how that plays out. And I think, judging by how they announced Destiny's pushback, they'll probably release some more stuff. They'll skinny up the staff. I don't think they'll shutter like they did for High Guard, but I think it's going to contract pretty hard. The studio's going to feel it, and it might even shut it down. If Sony tanks them, they're going to be in big trouble. Like, they could have left Destiny hanging, which was foolish, because that's the only thing making them money, really. I like Destiny, you know what I mean? Have you tried Ark Raiders? I was hoping they could like coexist. No, obviously it was never going to beat that game. I think it's in a class of its own. It's interesting to see them try to buy their way out of this. I don't know, there's just too many indications that the studio is rotting from the inside for me to put any kind of time or investment into it. What's up, Nate? I mean, just look at like Ark Raiders when it came out was like 300,000, 400,000. And it didn't have the kind of budget that Marathon does to put it out there. I mean, let's not forget, they weren't even going to put in proxy chat. And the only reason they did, they're like, oh, Ark Raiders is doing really well, maybe we should do that. I don't know, it just doesn't tell me that they had a good enough plan. They were fine with releasing it like 3 months ago. That's concerning. I know, I'm slamming it pretty hard. I don't know, it hurts to say that because I mean, like RazorTube and I met on original Halo. Well, Halo 2. You know what I mean? We played all those games, Reach, and so it sucks to say that. You know what I mean? Because I thought Marathon had a lot of potential for sure. Marathon. We're talking about Marathon. I say if you give a game an hour and a half and you're still frustrated with it, it's probably extremely niche. You know what I'm saying? It was too much, man. I might change a few things, but I think most of my opinions would be pretty solid still. I think it is 100% rotting from the inside. I don't think the studio has much staying power after this. I think most of this wave comes from them buying their way out of it, and it's a nostalgia play because they're like, oh, it's Bungie. They made like Halo and Destiny. But like the talent that made those games that you like are no longer there, so it's not technically Bungie anymore. Just like when people are like, oh, Halo's cool, when they sold it, remember, to Microsoft, and then 343 shit on it. A franchise I love, but can no longer enjoy because it's gone to shit. Was that run around wearing no shields? The first couple times, but then I did. No, I used everything I had, dude. And that's the other thing too, is like, if it takes an hour and a half for the game to tell me to put on shields for other people, don't you think that's a little fucking broken? I don't think shields and equipping them is the answer. I think it's fundamentally broken. I think it had good bones, and I think the lack of follow through, bad management, some shitty talent, I think the game's gonna bleed out. It's on vapors, and it's only on a nostalgia kick, and they bought the rest of it. Most people have moved on. Facts. we make it again? Sorry, Gareth. I think it's copium. Hard copium. And I'm not even saying how bad the design was for fucking menus and everything else. Again, it's all signs that things are rotting from the inside. It's not for me. Wish I wasn't right, but... Yeah, I implore anybody to look at the current staff group picture and then look at the old one and tell me that the current staff pictures is the people making the banger that you want. Probably not. Let's just say there's a few septum piercings in there. You go, oh, shit. Not good. A 9-volt battery and those symptoms might help solve some issues around there. Dude, like, yeah, if you look at that and go, there's no way the industry pivoted that hard. That's a deliberate choice. For the same reason why they have extra titles under their working title. You're like, are we actually making games or are we focusing on something else? Also a massive red flag that things are running from the inside. I can't think of a game studio that's pulled that off that was like lasted or even lasted long term. It's not good. It's extremely concerning. And after playing it for an hour and a half, I was like, yikes. Like I said, I think it'll find an audience, but I think it's not gonna pull the numbers they need to survive. Sony's looking for a massive win, and I don't think that's it. And they've put everything into the basket. I think Destiny is already suffering because of it. That's the real thing making them money. So they're like, let's go all in with Marathon. And it's like, did anybody play that? Do you really think that's the one? Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be enough. Sadly. I don't think it's gonna work. So if you ask why we're not playing Marathon, it's because I definitely did not enjoy it. Even played duos too. Play solo, play duos. I'm gonna try to give it a shot. Wasn't for me. Trying to think of what else we need for that top section, right? Man, dude, everything's so freaking chunky. Oh, I know. We need a lot of these. As many as we can fit. we go. Gotta wait a vent. Are you gonna bust? I'm getting sucked in. Can we agree that they nailed the crossplay console-only matchmaking then? I get, yeah, sure. I think, yes. But it's like saying, can we agree that they got the game to launch? I'm like, yeah, that's cool. I don't know, I have not had such a visceral reaction to a game, and I can't remember when. And the fact that it came from Bungie too is shocking to me. I'll give a game a try. Always. Like a nice, concerted effort, even if I have a bad first impression. But I don't know, I just thought it was so bad. And I wanted to like it. I'll give them this. It looks like the plan they have for stopping cheaters and stuff I thought was nice and robust. I'll give them credit to that. I think a lot of games need to follow suit on that. That was something I was impressed with. I did like the initial trailer, and I think it probably could have been strong if it was some of the original talent from Destiny or Halo. I think it would have been amazing. But, you know, with the scandal and everything else going on, and then Parsons leaving. But Parsons, I don't think Parsons was helping the company. I think he's been rotting it from the inside for a long time. I think they took their eye off the ball a long time ago, and I think it shows. Started to happen with Destiny 2, and it really shows with Marathon. Copium. Lots and lots of copium. Well, if this were any other company, it would have already gone to under 20K by now. They're burning up the last goodwill they have left. I'm saying this after Pete Parsons left. Yeah, I hope he didn't. I don't know where he ended up. Is he, hopefully he's not in the gaming industry again. He's a net negative for any game studio. Him and Bobby Kotick are probably, they're up there. Bobby Kotick might be the worst. He was terrible for the gaming industry. Absolutely terrible. Great if you're an investor. Or a stockholder, sure, but whew, man, if you're a gamer, and we all are, he is absolutely the root cause of most of the shittiness in the last 15 years from Activision and elsewhere. Not a good guy. Read some famous quotes from old Bobby. You'll go, what? Yeah, I'm glad he's at least out of Activision, but I don't know. Can't say that the last COD was a banger, though. I don't know. I feel like AAA studios are just not hitting it out of the park. I don't know. I've been burned by so many AAA studio pre-ordering and all these other things, like really good titles, and then, you know what I mean? They just get freaking blown out. That's why I was excited for this one to actually work. So I really think he was like me and judged the game not knowing what was going on. No, I give it a chance. I'm not, you know what I mean? It's like I'm not going to spend a week on top of what I already did or spend money on it. I was like, yeah, I don't like the game. I gave it a chance. I really did. And I went in wanting to like it. I really did. Because again, even with all the stuff I thought prior, because I was like, oh, it's Bungie, you know what I mean? It's always like going on in the back of your head. I was like, why am I giving it this much? You know what I mean? I was like, I should be taking in the game, and what do I feel about that? Not what I want or hope that it would be. What am I currently experiencing? Yeah, I'm not gonna spend $40 in another painful 2 to 3 hours to be like, oh yeah, I still hate it. Is that such a bad taste in my mouth? I don't think I could look at another loading screen too with the off-center shit and the fucking 62 fonts that they use. I like the style they had initially, but whatever they ended up with, because they stole all that shit, whoever put that together, it's not good. But again, I could look past that. If the gameplay was good, I could look past it. I didn't think it was there. Not for me. Have you tried Ark Raiders? Yes, we do know thrusters now. Hell yeah. Says, hey, Jade, random question. When you're playing on your console, do you use an Xbox branded controller? Yeah, I do. Your fifth elite controller giving out? Yeah, dude. What's up with that? Right? Those elite controllers are expensive, and like it's the fact that you get stick drift a few months in is ludicrous. Don't you think? You're just like, what the hell is that? Yeah, that's crazy. Give me those girders. My biggest issue was the paddles. The main reason which stopped working after usage. Yeah, yes, a lot of controllers do that. The brand stuff, and that's why typically I like having those like under paddle things, because then at least you can switch to that. Yeah, I've had massive issues with those for years now. And then I usually buy some ahead of time. I'll have one that I'm using, and then I buy, you know, whatever the channel can afford. I'll buy another one in reserve, and then the last one I bought in reserve, like the down button was all fucked up, and I was like, dude, what? I couldn't return it. I literally just left it in the wrapper. I was like, okay, like, cause I burned through controllers, you know what I mean? And it was like it finally gave out, and I opened up the new one. I was like, you gotta be shitting me. Yeah, it's a little disappointing that they're bad. And then I've seen like YouTubers talk about like how they'd be like, hey, let's use a magnetic thing instead of like a mechanical thing, and I was like, yeah, why don't they do that? I'm already paying so much for those controllers, like why not? Catcher's mitts for hands. You got some meat sticks? You got some big old meat sticks? Yeah, I think we need more pipes up there. Pipes. This is really looking at the ZD Ultimate Legend though. This might be the new main controller. There's RGB. And the art camera me says I can't say no. It's mechanical switches for all the buttons and magnetic sticks. No shit. I'll have to look into it because honestly, I've gone through so many of these damn controllers. Yeah, I might as well at least try it. Yeah, because if it's $100, the elites are so expensive. They're like, you can buy like a whole nother system with that shit. It's crazy. Crazy. Ludicrous. There you go. Last one, and the thrusters up there. Meanwhile, I spent almost $1,000 on these Elite controllers. Yeah, no kidding. And they only good for like 6 months max. Yeah, if you play a lot, yeah, 100%. You're like, didn't we get these because they're supposed to be better? Yeah, I'd say I'm not impressed with the Elite controllers as of late. Perfect. Hell yeah, laser turrets. Make that science. It's good. We got decent ice. We got the carbon. 46 expansions. Not bad. Yeah, I've kept the old ones too. Look at that graveyard of 3 of them right now. Knock on wood, the one I got recently has been holding. I specifically got a new one after I played the Ark Raiders tech test a while ago, and I knew how good the game was. I was like, okay, I'm taking time off, you know, getting some beverages, getting a new controller. I turned off crossplay between PC and whatever, and I was like, I want this to be, you know what I mean? You just like, the boys are on, we're gonna be playing together. I don't want anything messing up, even though I know the crossplay with PC is not bad. But like, I didn't want to run into anything to like spoil the good time I was gonna have. You know what I mean? Got a brand new controller. I was all set. That's the one I've been using since. I'm sure it's due to give out because we're almost at that cusp. So yeah, I might look at the other one. You know, what do I got to lose? I feel like I'm already taking the L right now. I think I probably have to stop playing. I don't want to. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. It's only like 3:30, right? Well, what am I, pussy? Don't answer that. We're gonna keep going. Sorry, Gertie. I know, he's just trying to... Do you know what you're talking about? Just slam dunked his game. Sorry, brother. My blue production has slowed down. Did alright, we got the science kicking. Got another one that's 50. Volcanist. This game is so good. And I know, like, at first I didn't like, I think it's because we're just doing so many other things. So, like, when this thing dropped, I kind of missed it. But man, when you get this, like, you just sit down and play this, you're like, oh my goodness. It pulls you in real fast. Like I said, even Razor, who's not into these type of games, freaking loves it. And the more we get into it, he goes, man, this game's good. I was like, it's like, for real it is. No joke. Yeah, let's get our uranium going, I think. Trying to think what kind of little snacky doodles we got going on. Glad our copper shit's working. Yeah, let me check the map. I bet the hives are starting to get pissed. As soon as we put in that nuclear reactor, yeah, see what I mean? Hollow gas. I'm trying to save it at different points, so if RazorTube wants to take it from that point, we can. It's not going to be like too weird or whatever. Yeah, I think I could do better on my science production. So this stuff is like, what, $1,000? Try to get that one first. Ooh. I have to go bunker bust a couple of these freaking hives. Yeah, the amount of copper we're pulling right now is crazy. What's this one take? Iron and water. So we need to, okay, chemical plant. Probably need a couple holding units too while we're thinking about it. Yeah, we need to send those up. A lot more piping, I think. A lot of underground piping, if I can recall. Looking good. Yeah, you get rid of that nest. You see that down there? No bueno. Time to take it out. Uh-oh. Got it. What's that? Okay, nest clear. Very good. How is our production of science? DJ Michael Crummins. good. Let's take the rest of the tank. Steel. Check the map, see how the hives are doing. Yeah, this one's creeping. This one's kind of creeping. Dude, look at our pollution map. Jeez. Oh yeah, let's check out our production. Is it P? It is. Doing 135 green chips per minute. We're consuming 96 per minute. Yeah. Oh yeah. The graph is hot. You're hot. What? Shut up. Let me go upstairs and see if I can find a some concrete. And we'll try to lay out some of our nuclear power plant. So if we have the uranium up here, there's really no body of water. It's really just this. This is our uranium pit, so we probably have to feed it through here, probably. What do you think? Should we stick the reactor? Like down here? Or over in the trees? Do it by the trees. I mean, either way, we'll still be like, we have water. Guess I got BRB. Hello, Clarice. I should blow my nose when I was up. I wonder if we should stick it over here. It would put us closer to the hub here. The bus. Wow, so much tonnage. Ooh, up there. Yeah, let's drop some more metal. Yay, yay. White science. Oh yeah. Science. Yes. Let me grab some more of that concrete. At the rate we're gathering this. Okay, there we go. Okay, we'll let them accumulate. Damn, 185. Holy shit. Good, that process kind of takes a while, so that's why I've got a couple of those bad boys. Yeah. We'll let that accumulate. Perfect. This game looks cool. This game is dope. And that Space Age added to it is like, it's a whole nother level. It doesn't feel like a DLC. It feels like whole new games inside of this one. Each planet has its own kind of like unique build-ups, and it's crazy. I freaking love it. Okay, just making sure our plastic. Whoa, okay. Plastic's backed up a little bit. All right, all right. I was up here for something. What the heck was it? We've got the uranium being processed in the centrifuge. 235. Iron gear. Yes. I feel like I need to put another chemical plant in there. Alright, you know what? We should probably stop here. Did just look at how much time we have been going for and what time it is in the morning. We should probably take the high road and stop for the time being. Not that I want to. I don't. I would like to continue. Yeah, let's do that now in lieu of us getting decent sleep so we can get back in the mix. So we see you guys a little bit later on today. I do believe we have a Rust video, an Ark video, and I think a Star Citizen video later today. So be on the lookout for that. And again, I think we'll probably, at the end of the day, probably do some Factorio again because I can't stop, dude. This thing's got a hold of me. If I didn't have stuff to do in the morning, we'd keep going. So thanks everybody for hanging out. Love your bush. See you guys in a little bit. Have a fantastical day. A peace.